Hello! How is everyone today on this rather grey, windy, wet Monday afternoon, typical summer, at least here in the UK. So how is everyone? Welcome to the stream. We are going to be doing some more Coppice development, hopefully making a bit more progress than we have over the weekend, though we have actually got quite a lot done. It's just sometimes this sort of stuff is slow going. I have also been playing around with the overlay, though I haven't updated what is running, but we may mess around a bit later. I've essentially switched over to using a rigid body to see how that works, and it seems to work okay, so we'll probably play around with that and play around with the bugs later. But yes, let me know how you are doing in chat, whether you had a good weekend, whether you're up to anything fun today, and yeah. But for now, I think we'll go and start doing some coding. So if we head over here, and we'll get settled in. I have the customary glass of water, the customary cup of tea. And we will begin the customary programming. So, we got all of the plist stuff in, where it will actually save and restore various bits of plist. So now we have to decide what we want to do next. Whether we want to leave Coppice broken and bring the model reader and model writer into M3 data, basically just focus on M3 data, or if we want to try and get some of this working in Coppice. I think I might do the M3 data approach, which means what I need to do is basically bring model reader and model writer over to M3 data. So the purposes of these, you'll give them a file wrapper and it will read it into a model controller, and if you export a file, if you use a model writer, you basically, it will give you a file wrapper back out. And the file wrapper is basically just something that encapsulates either a file or a folder on disk. Does a full folder hierarchy if you want it to. So, what do we want to do? So model reader is going to be the more complex one, because what it needs to do is read the stuff in, get the version, and it needs a list of property lists that it can use, and it will get them sorted by version and essentially see what version of document we're loading in. We will then set that on, well, we'll then get the plist that does that. Now, if that is not the latest version, then what we need to do is do a migration. And if what we've migrated to, which should be the next version, is again not the latest version, then we want to migrate again, and we want to keep migrating until we get to the latest version, at which point we will then get down to this point where we actually update our data model. So we will start with the writer. And what we need to do is this, rather than generating a single file wrapper, it's going to return basically both of these separately, because we use this in Streamline as well. And what we want to do is only really deal with the data plist wrapper in Streamline. We don't care about the content file wrapper, and we want to call it something different. We want to place it somewhere differently. So if we have a file wrapper for that and a file wrapper for that, then Coppice can effectively do this bit, but Streamline can effectively just take this and write it to this wherever it wants. So what we are going to do is create ourselves model writer, and we're going to outline the basic parts of it. So public class model writer. It's going to want a model controller, and it is going to want a plist. Click in it. So you're going to pass in the model controller and the plist that you're going to write to, which should always be whatever the latest plist is. And then it can work out what it needs to write. So we want public and file wrapper rows, and then we're going to do a data file wrapper content content file. Right. So what we need to write is we need our content, which is going to be a bunch of model files. And the reason we have this structure is because in Coppice we want to be able to write certain things out as files. So we're storing things such as images, we're storing text, and so on. And those are stored in memory in Coppice. So text is stored as a attributed string, images are stored as NS images, but when we write them to this, we want rather than to be put in the plist to be written out to separate files. So when we create the plist versions, we create these model files, which basically all of this will extract them out so they can be saved separately. We also want our plist, which is going to be a string of any. And then we're going to do for, well, at the bottom we can do settings equals self.modelcontroller.settings.plist representation, plist version, self dot it's plist. So here we do that. We then want to do self.plist Oh. Ha. Playlist. Oh.
Smoke over the city soul, pollutes our sons and daughters. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper.
Playlist. Oh. Play. Ah. Oh, yeah. That's a fair point. We don't want to be doing that because this will generate it. And what we want to do is let the peelers, let me get peelers, self.peelers. What? I have to call in. An object of class type list a meta type value must acquire. Hello Sinister, how are you doing today? Coding is going okay. I'm currently trying. Oh, is that okay? So that now works. Okay, fantastic. Yes, coding is going okay. We're getting onto the model reading and writing stuff, and hopefully we'll be able to get that done today. I saw that. On the Dicer stream, your the Midge model had been the 3D printed one had been shown off. I'd actually missed when that was shown off initially. I just saw the aftermath of it because, well, I'd woken up and I was snoozing and watching Gwillim's stream. Because when Gwillim is on, and Dogswift are not on, Gwillim's streams are very, very cosy to sort of slowly wake up to in the morning. Alright, so we have the data P list. And what we need to do. So we're going to be doing data P list, set P list representation. So we need to go through the model types in self.plist. Using a chemical process to smooth the print. Oh, cool! I've got a friend who does a bunch of 3D printing, and I think he has two. He has one that is like a plastic filament one, where it's sort of like using plastic to build it up, but he's got another that's a resin one, where it's in like a bath of resin and it uses UV to print, and the level of quality you can get with that resin one is amazing, but it's very slow, whereas the filament one is significantly faster. Right, yeah, so supported one. Right. But yeah, I don't know if you saw, I have some new artwork up on the wall. And these are over. So I finally got my Dogswift print back, which is all nicely framed and on the wall because it was such a good print, and it was a slightly awkward size. I took it down to get like a frame made for the correct size for it. It wasn't actually that much more expensive than getting like an actual frame, but yeah, the detail on this is fantastic. You can see like Patrick up here with all the mod ghosts, and then the Jellycat airship, and it's such a good piece of art, and like photos do not do it justice just how good an art print this is. But this isn't the main reason I went to get stuff framed. So a while ago I talked about how I had an old Mac Mini and how I'm using the case of the Mac Mini as sort of an inbox underneath my Mac Studio for paperwork, and how I wanted to make an exploded computer artwork. So the main reason I went to this place, it's like a photography studio downtown where they've done some photos and stuff for me before. But what I wanted to do was get an exploded Mac Mini. So I now have this on my office wall behind me. There are a few bits of the Mac Mini missing, but they're bits that weren't really like they would be kind of hard to mount, and they weren't really that interesting to look at. Stuff like the Wi-Fi antenna and stuff like that. But most of the interesting stuff is up there, and I'm pretty pleased with it. I think it looks pretty great up there. The shop that did it did a fantastic job of it, and yeah, it was. I've now got some artwork up behind me, and I'm super pleased with how all this has turned out. You could just about see the the Mac Studio there with the corpse, the shell of the Mac Mini there, while its guts are laid out all over my wall. But yeah, I've always liked the sort of exploded computer and exploded phone stuff, and it's like, well, I could either throw this computer away because it's of no use to me, or I could do something with it, and this keeps it out of a landfill and gives me some nice art. So, but yeah, you get let's see, we have the fan assembly. I believe this is the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth chip. A rather speedy set of 4 GB of DDR3 RAM. You got the heatsink and some covered there. You've got your power supply. I think this is part of the Wi-Fi antenna and shielding and stuff. Like a few cables and stuff for speakers and IR and the disc. And then you get, I think this is the CPU and GPU. And I think this might be the chipset. It might be the other way around. It might be that this is the chipset and that is the CPU and GPU. But it was a very slow machine, and it was not supported by pretty much anything anymore. So yeah, it's I'm pretty pleased with how that's turned out. Right, so we want to go for these model types. We want to do self.model controller. Oh. Any collection are model type. And what we want to do, let plist representation content self.generate data. We could just don't even need the collection now. Generate data for model type. Okay, let's quit X. Relaunch it because autocomplete has failed. There we go. Alright. And then here we're going to do data plist dot set set plist representation plist representation for model type, and content dot append contents of content. Oh, dependent contents of that. And then what we're going to do is you're going to get plist data equals try property list serialization data from property list, which is going to be data plist dot plist dot L, no options, data file wrapper contents, plist data, turn, data file wrapper, content file wrapper. Okay, and then what we need is copy those, which I believe both can be private. So this one is as is, and this one we just want to do any collection for that's going to be model type, and about that. List key any. Oh, because it's full time. That should hopefully improve. That fails because this be a model plist key any. That should work because that is a model plist. Don't need that to be using a model plist key because that's actually going in the any. We can make it that, but we don't need to. So the model writer should work. So we've got model writer tests here. And we essentially want to transpose these tests. So we're going to helpers. I want test objects. So test collectible model object. So you got a collectible test. And a relationship test. Right, let's try some. What I will do is we want model writer tests. Go model writer test. I editor Load folding. Methods and function. Oh. Model what? Right. So tired. Okay. And it's really weird, and I'm not sure if it's playing into being tired, but I'm having one of those times when I have incredibly vivid dreams. They feel completely real when I wake up. I'm like, oh, that happened, but it didn't. And it's kind of weird because I go through these phases where I will not be able to remember anything that I dream. And yet, then I go through phases where I just get extremely vivid and real dreams. So it's kind of weird. I had one the other day where I was having to chase some people all around, and I can picture I had to chase them into some sort of like lecture theatre or something like that, and I can picture exactly what it looks like. And I'd end up throwing down like my coat and bag in a place in this lecture theatre, and I can visualise exactly where it was, because later in the dream I was like, okay, and it was almost like where I was dreaming. It's like, okay, this part of the dream's over, I best go back to this place and pick up my bag, and I had to retrace my steps in the dream to go and get this thing. And there's a weird bit where the person I was tracking, I could tell where they were, but they were going super fast because they were racing around in the car, and I was sort of running after them, but running faster than you can actually run, but still not being able to catch them. But then they decided to circle back, and then they ended up crashing, and then I ended up grabbing them, and then I ended up handing them over to a bunch of Warhammer Space Marines, because they were pretending to, these people were pretending to be, I believe, Blood Angels, when they weren't actually Space Marines. So it was a weird dream. Yeah, it's that same. Yours are very, very mundane, but very real. Mine are not mundane. Mine are weird. My brain gets up to weird things. Model writer. Will generate file wrappers, isn't it? HTTP list contains all model objects. It's actually a lot simpler, I think. It just needs to include all of that. I need to make sure that it includes the data, includes setting. HTTP list settings model controller set, and probably Right. File wrappers. Data file. Right. My test objects. Don't have peerless representation. Okay, so for now I am going to leave these to implement later. The reason is that I'm probably going to leave the Coppice core stuff in because this is just a general test that model writer works regardless of where I use it, but up in Coppice core I have stuff that will test specifically on the Coppice model that it will actually save this. So we can use this for testing model writer. We just need to change it to update to an existing one. The same thing can happen here. We're going to leave these tests in because it needs to write them, but we're going to want to update it. But the model reader. Going to create a model controller, but we also want to give it, rather than a document version, we're going to want to give it a bunch of other bits and pieces. You know, it does occur to me, just in the overlay, one thing I may want to do is possibly change the size of the screen, because at the moment the screen is designed so that I take up the full space of it. The problem is I take up a lot of space, so what I may be tempted to do is potentially what if the screen was like inset a bit this way and up, so it's like from this corner here it just moves up a bit so that I can sit in the corner and I am not really blocking the screen. Because the only other option is to make me smaller or the screen bigger, so that the camera has to zoom out a bit. But I think if it was inset a bit, because I mean ideally what we want is me to be maybe set over here, and then above me we can have like chat and whatever. But then we'd have to have chat behind me rather than on front of the overlay, so stuff to think about for later. Right, so that is going to want to take in that and a bunch of property lists, and I'm going to read in, I'm going to figure out what property list to do. Yeah, layout is hard, especially something like coding, because you want to be able to read it. So you really want to be able to see what is on screen. So you want it to take up as much space as possible. Now at the moment, the way things are, like if I was to look at this on my iPad, I mean that's perfectly readable in terms of the code. So we could potentially get away with making the screen smaller. Because you rarely need to see what is going on the left hand side here, because that's why I put the sidebar there, and if I need to I can always shift it over a bit. It doesn't need to take up the full width of the screen for the content. So yeah, we'll play around with things. I may see if I can make it so that I am proportionally smaller compared to the screen, like make the screen when we're making the screen bigger, I need to make the ship bigger, so I need to make me smaller than the ship, but I'm the right size for the rest of the ship. As you say, layout is hard. I mean, the main thing is I want to keep the text, the code, readable. But the problem is that, oh, the code's readable, except for the blob that's right behind my head. Right. So I'm gonna can use most of the tests, but the migration stuff is going to be a bit trickier, because what I have all that stuff to read in, but then I need to test these specific migrations, but they're going to be tested on the plist. I just need to test that the migrations are actually called. If I can just pass in a fake model controller and a fake plist. Except I can't because I need to pass in pipes. I think I need to go and get myself another cup of tea. Because I have drunk mine and my brain still is not working. So I'm going to get some more caffeine into my body and then ponder this a bit and then come back to this. So I will be back very shortly. We will have a break. I'll just stick some ads on just to get rid of the pre-rolls for everyone. But yeah, it's always the case early in the streams. My brain just does not kick in, and I need to have that early break just to get through the start of the stream and then get to that second cup of tea. So I will see you all in a little bit, probably about 5 minutes or so. As I said, there'll probably be an ad break at some point during this break, so see you all in a bit.
Distant silhouettes, empty horizon. Sing a still duet, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons spring us from our tether. Rivers drifting vivid and together. Stay by my side. Soft songs in harmony. Stay by my side. Companions kind now, you and me.
Okay, I am back. So, I'm trying to think out how to test this. If I'm passing in types, then it's going to initialize, and that stuff isn't really going to be there. So I could cheat and have a singleton. Because I want to find out whether a method was called on objects. Don't have it. I probably just going to be better writing it, checking the output, treating it as a black box, rather than trying to be too clever. Okay. I need to create myself more test objects that are going to I don't care about any of the properties or anything like that. All I care about is this. So if I create a new Swift file, system test object. So what we need is I'm going to namespace these. I'm going to class person is going to be a selectable model object. We have class animal selectable object. We want class model controller, which is going to be a model controller, and then we want a class plist v1, going to be a model plist, class plist v2, which is going to be a model plist, and plist v3, which is going to be a model plist. Y does not work. And literally there. 4 and 3 data. Did I make the... I make the meta subject so they conform to a creatable. And what do we want? What ID? Model ID self dot model type. Oh, model type. Model type. Person. People. Selection is going to be a model and collectible model object. No, it isn't. It is going to be a person. And we want the well, so we want part of properties, which is key, part P, and a made a plist key. Take from plist representation, self dot plist representation. Make that a let. Because I'm not changing that. Animal. Oh. Uh, okay. What settings? What's model setting? Model type. Model collection. In it, we are going to do after action thing. Then we can do after add model collection for person self. After add model collection for animal.self. Right. Inherit. Oh. Setting. I need to do this representation. Welcome back, Sinister. I have just decided to create these model objects manually because this should give me enough flexibility to run through testing. So what I need is version gen 1, version gen 2, version gen 3. Okay, and then supported model types. Return person.model type. Return person.model type animal. Right. Let's just make that animal.model type. So we add animals and we remove people. Okay. Right, person and animal. Business model control. So what we want to build it up is we're going to have create people and set peerless representation. Actually, no, we're going to be doing updating from the peerless representation. So what we want to static font peerless person peerless, which is return model we need it to return so we need to make sure so to work this out we need to work out what tests we need. So what model reader tests? To test model reader shows if invalid list model reader loads settings if content if playlist. Those objects if playlist. It's playlist. All version. It's playlist version. Loading. It's playlist. Full version. Throws error if playlist version to new. And all we need to do is we're going to change the inputs, and we should always get the same outputs. So the actual test where we're comparing things, we can just do as one thing of test output is valid. So we can do that as a helper. And then we just need a version 3 plist, a version 2 plist, a version 1 plist, a version 4 plist, because we need one that's going to be too new, and then something that isn't even a plist. So let's go. Just have a walk around and think about what we can. See, this overlay will be so good once it is big enough and there are more interactive elements and more places to explore. I can just go for walks around the overlay when I'm trying to ponder things. Those times when you just want to mess about because your brain isn't quite working right, it's just a helpful thing to do. I mean, when I'm not streaming, I'd go for just go and lie down for 5-10 minutes. I'll go for a walk or something like that. But when I'm streaming, it'd be nice to be able to just walk around. Or maybe just play games here, or just do all sorts of things really. There, into the purple void, yeah. It'd be cool to have something like a black hole that we could visit. I I mean, I definitely want different different planets that we can visit, but something like a black hole or just various different things. There's so much that I can do here. This is something that this is probably going to take years to get to where I want it to go. Let's have a think. So, I want to keep things as simple as possible. So I'm just going to have version 1, it just contains people. Version 2 adds animals in, and version 3 is going to remove people and basically migrate. That much in terms of migration. The one is just a basic thing, and the people can just have a name. The animal can have species. And then the animal can have a oh, I know. The animal can have a last meal, which is the person. As the animals eat everyone, and then the robots inherit the earth. At least that's what I heard, but I'm sure there are still people around here, or animals. I promise you, robots are not the only things left in this universe. But I'm pretty sure there's another spaceship out there, somewhere, that contains a human on it. So yeah, maybe we'll meet one day. I also hear there's some other kinds of ships that fly around that contain non-humans on. In fact, from what I understand, there's a lot of places that, well, I mean, here there are robots, then there's some animals on another ship, and then I think there's a castle that has a dragon in, and there's going to be a bird house that has a bird in it. There's only going to be one human in the entire universe, from what I understand. Oh well. We don't need no humans. Humans have these weird bodies that constantly mess up and make them tired because they don't sleep right. Whereas robots, we just power down and then power up again. Same with little furry animals and dragons and all sorts of other things. Anyway, I think I'm ready to get back to work. So, what I want to do is on the persistence test objects, but migrate to next version. We want plist equals self.plist plist animals equals array of yeah, it's just an array of an array any and plist. And then when version 2 goes to the next version, we want to have What do we want to have? Uh, for person self. List representations of person dot model type. Right, or let's do for let's do person list key dot value name if we do dot enumerated, that should give us person index. Index. Payless rep. Do that one. Person payless. So we get name from there, and then we're going to do so that animals equal are those self.plist representations of animal.model type. And we're going to do animals save index model list key plus meal name. Just var animal equals animal save index. Okay. Then we're going to do plist Animals equal. Hmm. Animals. Station. This. Not. People. Well. Then Peerless. A final animal. Final animal. Ray of string. Any algorithm. Final animal. Start append. If bar. Dot append animal not to persistence restriction. But why are we doing it that way? Why aren't we doing each animal? Get the animal P list. Bar animal P list. Bar person. People.model type. So we go through the animals and show the animals are there. And if an animal, if there's a person for an animal, then they have the last meal. And we don't need optional stuff there. That one needs to be person.model type. That's going to be final animal. That can be lit. That can be lit. Okay. So you start with people. Migrate to version 2 where we add the animals in. Then we migrate to version 3 where the animals eat the people. You've always got to have a little bit of fun with your test data. Add a static sample p list, which is string any, and sample. Version 1. Setting. Any? Not going to be any setting. People. Well, we're going to have person underscore, and then we want ID. On playgrounds, gives us a UUID. Anytime. There we go. Do. So we want ID is that name Bob. Alice. Okay. 4, 5, 6. So, version 1 settings, people. Version 2 sample realist. There's going to be people, animals, a bear robot. Robots are animals. No. Go for my quintessential one. A bird, a bear, and a possum. And I will say, this is the thing, when most people think, you hear most people think of possums, they think of these things. But when I think of possums, I grew up with a lot of Australian stuff because my mum's best friend lives in Australia and sent stuff over. So when I think of a possum, I think of these cute things from Australia. Now, I'm sure because Australian possums are Australian, they are somehow orders of magnitude more deadly than the things that look like they could kill you just by looking at you. But I mean, never trust anything that looks cute in Australia. It probably is the most deadly thing in the universe or something. That is what I've learnt about Australia. If it looks dangerous, it will kill you. If it doesn't look dangerous, it will kill you. One of my favourite animals, I think it's a type of possum, is the sugar glider. These little furry animals that have massive eyes and run around eating all the nectar from the plants and then flying from tree to tree. And thus, through our unit tests, we learn how the Pilkipot came to be. I had to upload my consciousness into a robot before I got eaten by a possum when the animals staged their uprising. Right, I searched my memory banks, I believe that happened in the year 2023. Wombats are nice. Wombats seem to be the only non-threatening thing in Australia. Wombats generally seem to be cute, cuddly animals. Though I'm always surprised how big they are. Like they're massive. Like when you actually see them in person. They're super venomous. Well, okay. I guess that's Australia for you. See, the problem is, there could be. It could just be that they're not venomous enough to kill us. Or that they're hiding their venom for the animal uprising. Right, so we have those. Now we want our model reader tests. So, throws if invalid. Relist. Let model reader equals model reader. Probably do. Setup. I'm going to want our model controller, which is going to be our persistence test object persistent model controller, and then we're going to want for what will it be? Model reader. Yeah, model reader. Alternate data. So our model controller is going to equal persistent test objects, that's model controller. And then we're going to do self.model_reader equals a model reader. And we don't actually have a model reader class yet. So we will fix that in a second. Self.model controller. I'm going to do plist, and it is going to be distance press objects dot plsv1 dot self 2 and 3. What we're going to add here is our model writer, our model reader. Public let model controller is a model Coppice is going to be in Coppice dot type. And it. So the model controller is a model controller, but the plist we are going to do the plist dot do I think this is something else that needs to be expected out. Coppice core. Oh no. Index. I thought I'd brought that in. Yeah. So, plist index by version. Just can't remember. Okay. For index plist. And then plist. Though there aren't going to be that many model playlists that we could just loop them as long as they're sorted. If we did this, we could just do self.plist equals plist sorted by $0.version less than $1.version. Because then we can just get the last one to get the laters, and then if it isn't that, we can just iterate back until we find the version we want. And what else do we want from model reader? Public func data wrapper, file wrapper, and content wrapper. Other file wrapper. Rows. I don't care about that. Build test. There is a model reader in scope, or is it just because I haven't defined it as public? Alright. Number model controller cannot be used on type model reader test. Why not? Oh, override class. Set up. Set up with error. My error was not having. Okay, so we need the model files as well. So aha. Oh no, model file properties should be on collectible model object, so we should be okay. May just need to move it to the actual instance rather than being a class thing, because then we can access it more easily. Thing. Right. We could image. are going. Data. That's that we're getting the file content. But do that. Okay. I am just going to get a fresh glass of water, so I will be back in 2 minutes. So I'm going to put us be right back and roll another ad break so that anyone else coming in does not have to deal with ads during the middle of the stream. So I will see you all in a few minutes when I get all this other stuff sorted out. Okay, I am back. Hopefully those ads aren't too annoying for everyone. It's just something, one of the things I find really annoying on Twitch is when you go to watch a stream and the pre-roll ads happen. So it's like you go in, especially if someone raids and you get those pre-roll ads and no one can actually see anything until those ads have finished. Or if someone just wants to check a stream out and they've got to sit through a bunch of ads. And it's something I learnt, that if you run a manual ad, at 90 seconds of manual adverts, it turns pre-roll ads off for 30 minutes. So I don't particularly want to run 90 seconds of ads every 30 minutes because then what's the point? But when I'm on a break and there's nothing going on stream, then I figure it's a good time run 90 seconds of adverts, and anyone who comes in doesn't have to deal with them at at a time that it's sort of annoying and people don't want to have to deal with adverts. So I think I did see that Twitch is potentially trialing something where they will have like banner adverts appear at the bottom and the screen can, like, the stream size is down a bit to show them, so you can still watch the stream but they show adverts, which would be a lot less intrusive and a lot better. But yep, so we now have what, 27 minutes of no pre-roll adverts. So if you want to encourage anyone to come in and watch, then by all means, now is the time, and then they can avoid adverts until a break. So what do we want to do? What we are going to do is I'm going to go in here and I want to get just throw some random data in. Okay. So let's have a look at these. Throws if invalid playlist. So I want to create some new errors. So enum errors case invalid playlist case add do version 2 oh, version not supported. So throws if invalid plist. So we are going to, in fact, let's make that optional. Now how am I going to do an invalid plist if I'm not passing an actual plist in? And this image. So if I was in this image name add template. Sweet. So I can do let image equal this image, well, let valid data equal in this image named and this add template. That different representation. We would try XCP unwrap just to get rid of that optional. Let data wrapper equal file wrapper. Regular file contains invalid data. XCT assert throws error. Self.modelReader .read data wrapper. XCT assert equal $0 as model reader dot errors. We need to make these equatable because then we can do dot Everything needs to be. I mean, it doesn't need to be. I could literally just stick a testable up there and it effectively makes anything internal public. But it makes good sense to test the public API. Invalid plist. That option. Okay, we'll do it that way then. There's some. Oh yeah, that needs to be in. Okay, first test is done. If plist version is to new, so we will get our plist equal. Distance test objects. Plist v3 dot sample plist bar plist. Actually, we don't even need that. Version 4. Let data wrapper equal negative file contains property serialization dot data from plist dot xml 0 this will be try and then xct assert throws. Right, self.modelReader.read data wrapper the assert. So since there's some, I have had an idea that I may run by you that you're probably going to like, but what I want to do at some point is a bit like Dog and Swift have their little bots, the little ghosts for the mods. I think it would be cool to have something a little similar on this overlay for moderators, like just a little. I'm imagining some sort of like little floating robot that can just go around places. And when I get to that, I was wondering if you wanted to help design them, considering you're the only mod at the moment. So, entirely fine if you don't want to, because I have some ideas, but it would be quite cool to do something. It would also be cool if it's something where, like, similar to my robot, where I've got the screen and I can change the expressions by just swapping out some bits and pieces. It would be quite cool if there was some element in the design that would allow the bots, like the little mod bots, to emote as well. So you could enter chat commands and make your mod bot have facial expressions. Because facial expressions are a lot easier when you are just basically swapping out textures rather than having to deform the mesh. So but yeah, down the line when we get to that sort of thing, we can have a play around, see what sort of things we can come up with. Because, like, we could just have like a basic idea of what they're like, But I mean, they could be like very different if I add more mods, so we could have very different things for each mod, as long as they work, like, from the code point of view, all work the same, but visually they can be quite different. Right, model reader, throws error, peerless versions to new version not supported. Okay, and these should all be... valid. So what I want to do, Hopper. Yeah, I think it would give them a lot of personality, because like I say, for Doig to do that on the Ghost mods, that would be quite difficult to do. Or rather, not be too difficult to do, but more difficult because he has to deform a mesh. Whereas for me, I just have a button, so if I press the up button, oh, controller's not on. But if I just press the up button on the controller, I'm just basically changing where on the... it's literally changing the row on my texture atlas for everything. So me changing expressions is literally I just change row. So it would be entirely possible to have that. I mean, we had that with when we tested out with Kieran the other day when I first got the Twitch integration running. One command I set up was to do. I mean, it doesn't work anymore, but you were able to type !happy, and it would change my expression. So it works with the Pokebot. It's just a case of giving you the opportunity to type the expression, determine, okay, this is coming from a mod. Which mod is it coming from? Okay, it's coming from you. And then just swap out the text, or rather adjust what part of the facial expression texture map it goes to. So it would work very similar to the Pokebot. So right, so validate. I have just realised something, that the plist thing will need to... We're going to need another one. Because I've realised to do the actual test on the V3, I do need multiple things. But you can't stop thinking about robot ideas. Well, I mean, if you have any ideas and stuff you want to play around with, I'm just imagining like little, I mean, stuff probably like at most maybe like, if you imagine like a square, or rather a cube roughly the height of the screen on my on the Pokebot, something like that, because I'm thinking of the mob bots, they'd almost be like little utility bots that go around. I mean, in terms of sizes, So you've got like the Pilky bot, which is like a Warrior and an Eva. But then you have like Mo as sort of like the mod bot sizing that's a bit smaller, probably only about maybe the size of the body tops. But like doesn't have to look like anything like this, but I'm just talking like the size comparison sort of thing. But imagining the mod bots being almost like just little floating, like having like maybe some sort of anti-grav underneath robots, like just utility bots that are designed to go around and keep systems running. So that keeps coming to mind for some reason. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, and that has the screen on where you could have like the eyes doing expressions and stuff. But yeah, like I said, once getting the functionality in there, because the functionality will be like moving around, so you'll be able to move. I will have certain points where you can move to, and you would probably be able to pass through walls just to make it easier, but you can move to certain points. You can stop, say things so similar to what Doig has, but then you would have like sort of like exclamation point emote happy, or exclamation point emote sad, or shocked, or whatever emotes we want to come up with. And if it's like I think the two requirements would, well, the three requirements would be something that can float, something that has a screen that we can put textures on for the facial expressions, and yeah, I mean, in terms of sizing, the actual model doesn't matter because I can size that in Unity. And we can have them be slightly different sizes anyway. But I think a screen for the expressions and something that can float just makes it a lot easier, because it allows me to do stuff like allow you to have facial expressions and stuff. So as I keep saying, this is why I'm enjoying having the overlay. It's both enjoying a Pokebot and a Sinister Bot. It's both wonderful having all these ideas, yet annoying that I haven't got around to them all yet. I'm going to be taking a week off from contract work in September, and I might do a bunch of, well, I want to do stuff during the day, but I may do a bunch of extra day-long streams where maybe I just work on the overlay some of those days. Yeah, it does take time. I mean, it's trying to remember that Doig has had a lot more time than I have to do this, and even Gwilym has had. I mean, he's been streaming about as long as I have, but he started with his overlay a lot sooner than I did. But it's also just learning things like realizing that having my head move like this gives me, like, restricting my head movement gives me so much more expression, whereas just having it where I could just move around wherever I wanted Well, it was great because I could move anywhere, but it doesn't give me quite the same expression. But it's also realising, well, I also need to do stuff like have the bot do things while I'm not doing anything. So just have it look around a bit and just look down. I can't really have it maybe move up and down as much because robot probably that though maybe bouncing up and down just a bit may work. At least when I'm idle, like bouncing on the wheel sort of thing. But we can these are all things to play around with. It's just there's so many things to tweak. And it's just getting things in the right order. I mean, the next for me is finish off this rigid body stuff, update the bugs so they're a lot more powerful, and then try playing around with the expressions to get those done so that I can then start allowing redeems to change the desktop picture, because then I can start drawing those. Right, so we have robots in all of these. Good. So we can go back to our model reader tests, and when we validate, we want. So, oh no, actually, there's one thing I missed off. I'll have to add model collection for robot.cell. So we want collection for person dot self. Actually, no, we don't. We got that. Alright. So, we actually don't need person. So let animals equal self that collection or animal collection. Let animal 1 equals try xet unwrap animals collection that object with ID, and we want to do model ID model type animal.model type and string. Actually, I could do okay. Two, we do 3, 5, 6. And then we want robot 1, robot 2. animal 1. Appeal list. Representation. Oh. Persistent. This representation. Just appeal key. Name. And our species. Bob. But I'm going to change that migration because I want to do this explicitly. I've done that wrong anyway. Not the species. Neo. Species is burb, bear, awesome. Right, what I want to do here, have the sample pills, you have the migration. We're going to get the animal peel list. We don't care about the people peel list. That what we'll check is if animal the ID equal to that, then the last meal Bob. Else if hey. And also on here, I want to check for image as model file. Model file. Try unwrap. Equal model file dot type file name is photo.png. Metadata dot color type cool and true. I want the data where we're going to do var test file data, and for that we're actually going to do the same thing that we did here. Self.test file data. That. Because then what we do is execute equal model file dot data equals self.test file data. Okay, what has an end? What two? Oh. Mr. Bot. And that should be there. And actually assert equal self.model controller dot settings dot integer for model setting dot setting that dot it for value $90. Hello, swifting around. How are you doing today? Right, so what I should be able to do here is in all of these, at the end, I should just be able to call validate model controller. And all I'm really doing here is I'm going to do self.modelReader.read, and then I want file so I want to do the let plist equal distance test objects dot plist v3 dot sample plist. We're going to create our data wrapper, and we want our data wrapper there, and then well, you've had a nice day at work, very productive. Well, that's always good. It's always good when you feel productive. It's getting close to 4 PM now, and I'm finally getting into the swing of being productive. The first half of this stream has just been me going, like, trying to wake up. Hey Dragon Dust, how are you doing today? What do I need for the other data wrapper? Let content wrapper to be a file wrapper. Directory with file wrappers. Photo.png. File wrapper directory. Nope. Regular file with contents. Self.test file data. Back with the content wrapper. So keep this dirt all through. And then all I should need to do, loads data appears actually. We don't actually need to do the settings separately. Let's going to do that. Then we're going to do the v2 to make sure that it migrates from one version to the next, and then we're going to do v1 to make sure it migrates through multiple versions. You're fine. Just finished the day job for today. Well, hopefully your day job went fairly well as well, and you were fairly productive. Right, well, we've got a few more people here. I will show you what I picked up this morning, which I'm very pleased with, and is now hanging on my office wall. So my old 11-year-old now Mac Mini that is too old to run anything I want it to do, and which I've basically disassembled, and I'm using the body underneath my Mac Studio as sort of like an inbox for paperwork and stuff and letters. Well, all the components of it are now in a frame on my wall. So this has been put together by, there's a photo, like a photography studio downtown who do custom frames and stuff as well. So this has been, I basically handed the parts over, gave them the rough design, and they've glued it all down, tied it together with fishing wire so that it is very secure. And yes, I have this mounted on the wall now, so I can have something breaking up the big greenness of that, the upper part of that wall. So I'm pretty pleased with how this turns out. Some concentration problems because of the temperatures. How warm is it there? Because it's cooled down quite a lot, at least in the north of the UK. Especially from this time last week. It is, well, this time last week it was probably about 37 degrees, and now it's about 16. And last week I was just, well, I didn't stream last Monday because I don't want to be like putting out a load of heat from my computer while it is roasting outside. And then Tuesday it was even worse, and I got about half a day's worth of work done, but it was just far too warm to get anything done at all. So yes, 33 degrees, 38 degrees. Yeah, that is not a decent temperature for Europe, especially when you're getting in towards Northern Europe. That is far too warm. South of Spain, you can understand about 38 degrees a bit more. Like those sorts of temperatures you can deal with a bit more, because you're going like Spain, like the south of France, it's like around the Mediterranean. It's still very hot, but it's something that you can acclimatise to there, and also the buildings and infrastructure is designed more around that. Whereas if you're in the UK, the north of France, like all around Belgium, Germany, stuff like that, it's just not built for that heat, and it is much, much worse. I've heard enough people that say, oh, they have a temperature that they will deal with, like either from a Mediterranean country or from like the US or Australia or Asia, like any of these other places that get really hot temperatures. But when they come to like Northern Europe or anything, it is like they just can't stand it. Like they will have a temperature that seems perfectly reasonable to them in summer, but if they come to the UK and experience a cooler temperature, it is worse for them. Whenever you make a break in your job, you go to the living room when you have air conditioning and stay there when you go back. Yeah, air conditioning is a lot rarer. I mean, I am in a new build house. Like, I bought this house newly built. It does not have air conditioning. Like, to cool it, to keep things cool today, even though it's not warm outside, it's mild, but I just have the windows open, and that is how you cool down. And there are no things like in like very hot countries. It's often common to have like awnings or verandas or stuff like that that stop the sun shining in the window, or shutters that you can close to stop the sun shining in. Well, in the UK, I can close curtains, but the sun's shining in and heating up the curtains and heating up the air inside, so the sun's still getting in, it's just not heating up as much. But yeah, I think the figure I saw is around 3% of homes have air conditioning in the UK. Or it's under 3%, and that includes portable air conditioning. That's probably going to go up quite a bit, because I know over winter, when they're more likely to be in stock and not be like as expensive, I'm going to buy myself a portable air conditioner, because just from a pure economics point of view, the amount of time I lost from like not being able to do like full days of contracting because of the heat, and then also because of how tired I have been and still recovering from the tiredness of dealing with that heat, and getting my sleep schedule back, the amount of money I've lost there is more than the cost of a portable air conditioner. So it's just one of those things of, I probably would have made more than the cost of a portable air conditioner. So I'm just going to get one so that I can have it in the office, or I can have it in my bedroom. so I can sort of cool down the bedroom if it gets too hot, because I probably will only need it maybe 7 to 10 days a year, but it is worth it to get sleep and to be able to just function. So yeah, I mean, having the ability to go to an air-conditioned room definitely is going to make it easier for you than for me, where it was last Monday. I could go downstairs and it was cooler because it was in the shade and I kept everything closed, but Monday night the coolest temperature outside was about 25-26 degrees. So that is the coolest I could get my house, which means the following day, on the Tuesday when it got even hotter, I was working from about that temperature and it was moving up inside, and in the end it was, I think upstairs at least, it was about 29-30 degrees in the house. Downstairs it probably wasn't that much cooler. So apparently then the temperature massively plummeted. And we have just had cloudy skies, a little bit of sunshine here and there, but rain, wind, and anywhere from 16 to 20 degrees, which has been a lovely change of pace. This is the sort of summer weather I am used to. Right, let us see if these tests compile, which they do not. Why do they not? Do not care about Coppice core. False and right value of non-optional. Oh, that's optional. Okay. Cannot access element using fit for to ball. Oh yeah, I don't want to be in the anymore. Public. Okay. Not right. That's just stable on now. I have these tests, but I'm not actually going to deal with them because I already have model writer tests for the implementation up here in Coppice core, which I'm going to keep because these test the specific case of writing Coppice stuff, whereas these tests are the more generic ones. And the fact is that this generic stuff will all be handled by these tests up here. I still want to add them for completeness, especially if I ever open source M3 data, and because this is also going to end up being used in Streamline, the model reader tests are a bit different because I want to test the basics of the migration stuff. So I'm still going to test the specific migrations and so on, but this is testing, does it actually do migration? And the answer at the moment is no, because because model reader is not implemented. So we're going to open up our other model reader in Coppice core, and we have our we have our PLS. So guard. So we don't need to this. So we want to guard that plist data. Going to go stream a little. See you later. Okay, well, see you later. And if you're still streaming when I finish, we may raid you and have a look and see come and see your stream. So hopefully you enjoy your stream. Let's see, regular file. Else. I not doing missing oh no, we can do it invalid list. Serialization dot the list plist data L string any else this. Actually, it doesn't want to be called Date Wrapper. I want it to be the plist wrapper. I'll leave that as content. Go here. Change all the plist. Let's find data wrapper. Place with plist wrapper. Right. So we have model reader. Invalid plist. Then what we need to do is let version equals plist version true. Or is no version, as there should be, will default to 1 because the only thing that ever should not have a version is version 1 of the Coppice documents. And we'll write a comment here. We default to 1 here as the have a version property. Coppice. Explain it to the stream. write it in the code so that I can explain it to myself when I invariably get back here and like, why did I do it that way? So the first thing we want to do is self dot what we probably want to do is get the plist for this version, and that can be optional. So private plist for version. Plist and then what we're going to do is plist types in self.plist if version plist type dot version and return this type dot init, else return nil. And what we're going to do is just enumerate from the oldest plist, because we're sorting them, to the newest one. And we find the oldest, well, find the version that deals with this, because then we can go and just basically add over time. It's not going to be an efficient algorithm, but we don't particularly care about that. So God, actually, let's do this. No. Plist types. Conversion. What we're going to do is we're going to just return our plist type and plist types if version, or if plist type dot version is less than the version passed in, then we're going to continue. Otherwise, we're going to return you know what, rather than doing it like that. So it's going to have to iterate through one way or another to do this. Var type plist dot. We could filter it, but it's going to do that anyway. So we could do where plist type version greater than or equal version. That. Oh, actually, let's just turn self.plist.filter $0.version version. Don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. Let plist types. Let plist types and version. Guard plist types dot count is greater than 0, else row errors dot version not supported. And then we can actually use self.modelcontroller.settings.update with load plist from load plist from Right. And plist type plist types let's do recursion. So we're going to do let plist equals plist types dot next types plist type types dot first plist equal plist type dot plist. required. Okay, so you can have your required convenience. Okay. So we get the P list. So guard P list types. Well, next types dot count is 0. Oh, no. Second one's more side. Close the window so that sound isn't coming in. Right. So if next types that count is 0, return P list. Otherwise, going to turn self.load plist from dictionary. I'm going to do plist dot migrate to next version using next types. So if we get to a point where we're passing in versions, why is that? Oh, that's meant to be. Right. So if we're passing in plist types 1, 2 and 3, so we've got plist version 1, version 2, version 3, and we've got a dictionary here where we're going to load, and this is a version 1 dictionary because if we have a version 1 dictionary, then the plist types and versions should be all of them. Next types, plist types, we're going to remove the first one, which is going to be version 1. We're going to initialize the plist version 1 dictionary. Well, we're going to initialize the version 1 plist with this dictionary, which should be a version 1. At that point, there should be 2 items left, version 2 and version 3. So therefore, we're going to load the plist from version 1 dictionary migrated to the next version, which is going to output another raw like string any plist using types version 2 and 3. So we're going to do the same thing again. It's going to remove the version 2, create this, which is now version 2 plist. That's going to be 1, and then we're going to load the plist from plist 2 migrated to version 3 with just version 3. Then we're going to go through here, load it up, create the plist. That's going to be now nil, so we're going to return. So using recursion, we can do migration. So we're going to let plist equals try self.load plist from plist dictionary using plist types. And suddenly we have a one-line thing that basically says take this thing and correctly migrate it to the latest version. And when we are on the latest version, plist. I want to go with a model reader. So then we can do self.modelcontroller.settings.update with plist.settings. And we'll do for for model type in self.modelController. Right, so we actually need model controller. So go through all of the collections. Then what we're going to need is create and delete objects. Now, iterate through these tries, because the first time we want to create and delete objects, and the second time we want to update them. Now these are not going to work initially. That's what we're going to change this. We don't care about that. Create and delete objects. Do we care about the type? First to get that, and do we care about the type? Yes. Things we just care about the collectible model object. So create and delete objects in collection. In list edition. Okay. Model P list key any. Collection. Any look collection. So we can get rid of that. New IDs we can do. Station. True. 0. Hey. As be packed. And then that should all just work. So therefore in here what we can do is we actually care about the model type in any of this? Can we just go through collections? Actually no, we do, because what we want to do is self.load, no, not self, create and delete objects in collection. And we want to do plist as representations of model type. And what we want to do down here is update objects in collection using plist representation. with the content. Okay. Up here we can do try. Update objects in collection using plist. Plist representations of model type, and the content is going to be the content wrapper dot file wrapper. Now you may be wondering, why are we doing this twice? Why are we doing this where we create and delete objects and then update objects? Why couldn't we do this all in one thing? Well, the reason is updating objects is where we set things such as relationships and so on. So not only are we setting the properties, we're setting the relationships. So what I do is I make sure that all of the objects actually exist, even if they don't actually have values. I make sure they're all created, and any ones we want to get rid of are deleted, and then I can go through and update them, knowing that when I set any object IDs and stuff like that, the object will exist to be able to do all that. So then what we want to do is go through this presentation and plist representation. Let ID equals plist representation ID as model ID. Then we get the item. We're going to do item.model file properties, which if I do any to select all model object, model file to public var model file properties string return self.model file property. Okay, so we actually want the model list. And we only want to do that if we have the content. Otherwise we can just, so we're going to do that, and if let content, actually no, we don't need to do that because we can just, we'll need the content at this point, so if we do non-wrap there, and then the data will just be nil. Because then at least we're getting a model file. No throwing function because browser calling try. Yeah. You're wrong? Calls destroying function. Within try expression. What is that then? Am I missing something here? Okay. Let's see how the unit tests go. Pass, pass. Failed, fail, 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 fail. Fire animal. Fire. Okay. So, yeah. Photo.p. Okay. Model reader. Model test. Those data is version. Oh, collection. Oh, list representations. Okay, and one content. Okay, we're going to go through. So we've got Burb, Bob. Oh, that's there, and then list representation. This. value. Full file. Add the playlist. Check that and. Okay, so those are the robots. So, hello, animal. So we've got Bob. And we have Bear. That's going to hit. Ah. I need to persistence test objects. Model playlist key. Image. Okay, so that works. So we're just on to migration. Received to expected B. Am I sorting way? Hey. Go here. Next version. Get V2 and VB. We have people version 2. Okay. I'm going to go into here. I know why. Migration code is wrong. First version. Okay, so it's still failing. Now failing down here. Which is okay. Oh. If we go to here. Give us types. We've got V2. Look at this. That's see. Playlist. Version. Right. Back on. Have that. Let's start this reputation. Get it. Selection. Element. Element. I've done color selection. Right, so the names, diff, model types are right, model type, change, equatable. Oh, there we are. What am I going to do here? Because the problem is that when you create, you have a model ID and you, as a string representation, you create a model type, it's taking the string value, but we're not storing the persistence name in that. So what am I going to do here? Because I can override equatable to make it so that it only checks the raw value, not the persistence name. Same with hashable. The problem is that then I'm relying on the like me using the correct code to get the persistence name, and that seems a bit janky. So yeah, I think I need to have a bit of a ponder about this and get a fresh drink. Hey Kieran, it's going okay except for this one last little snag. Actually looking at the time and realising how hungry I am, may just slog on through this for a little bit and then go and get food. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Distance name. Because I'm gonna be on the Wednesday stream be doing some like using that to work on the overlay as per usual. Streamline's sort of on hold at the moment because I want to focus more on Coppice and on the overlay. Streamline isn't something that I'm rushing to get out. Oops. Oh. Ported. Model types. Okay, so we only get it in here. Model types. So what we could do hi Pepperoni Pizza. Yes, this is Xcode. I'm doing some Mac development, so this is all Swift code in Xcode. But yeah, I am just pondering what I can do here. To do supported model types. So we've got the type there. It's supported. Type alias. System name. is going to be string. You do this as a model type. This thing. Then we can do model type. So what we should be able to do here, for all the keys, and then what I can do is and the persistence type would be let model type string. Pretty easy. Types. I use IntelliJ usually. Didn't know Xcode looks gorgeous. Wondering if you can use Xcode for Java Command. You can. It's probably not going to be as good as IntelliJ. The thing that people find with Xcode, especially if they're coming from something like JetBrains, is that it doesn't have... It's a weird thing to say in terms of it doesn't have as much power, but I would consider it on par because, well, it doesn't have as much power. The power it does have, it exposes better. Whereas a lot of other IDEs, they have a lot of functionality, but they're not generally great in terms of accessing that functionality. Public. Make the public initializer as well, don't I? So what I'm currently developing is I'm working on the next version of my app Coppice, which I can show you the current version. So the current version here, Coppice is an app where you can throw in a bunch of text notes and images and so on and link them together. And in the current version, what you can do, you can sort of just lay them out and then it will remember, for example, what you've had open. So if I was to close this and click canvases again, it opens it all again. So you can use this to build up all sorts of different information. Now at the moment, these links here, you can basically click on a link and it will open it. And if you want to create, like I've got a page here, if I want to link to that, well, I've got to create a link and then close this and open it. Or if I, for example, I have pages here, I have pages here, but if some people have wanted it where rather than having it so that if I click pages there, it opens there, but if I click it there, it opens it again, they want it so they have a single version and it will link in both places to that one version. So what I'm doing for the next version is updating all this, so rather than it being you can only have one arrow going to a thing, you can have multiple arrows so that you can change it so that you can choose, oh, the mode I want to work in is a page only appears once. And you'll be able to also do things such as select something and drag to create a link there. So there are cool things such as, like here in the last version we did some stuff where it will automatically find page names. And it's been doing that for text since version 1, but in the previous version we had it so it will do it for images. So we've got this image here, and if I was to change this, for example, open CV, see that it now detects that there. Yeah, it can be useful for task management. It's not really something for task management in terms of like sharing with lots of people and stuff like that. But if you're organizing a project, I mean, the idea is that there's lots of, the reason I built it is there's lots of apps out there that let you collect lots of information. So if I'm working on a project, one example is I do tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. I run a campaign, so I want to collect lots of information about the world and stuff. If I'm learning about an API that I need to work on, then I'm going to be looking through reference there and want to take notes down of various things. Or if you're just working on some sort of project, it could be writing a book, writing an article, any sort of thing, and you wanted to get all that information in, there are lots of tools out there that are great for, oh, I want to collect all this information and dump it in. But what happens when you want to use it again? What happens when you want to reference it, see the links between it and see multiple things at once? They're not very good. So that's sort of why I built Coppice, where it's not a, oh, I'm just going to throw lots of different things in. It's, I will create a document and I'm going to deep dive into this. So it's like part note-taking app, or like data collecting app, part wiki, part mind map, if that makes sense. But yeah, that is this is what I'm building. Like I say, we're working on the next version, and we're doing a bit of yak shaving, where all I'm really wanting to do is add a new data type that at the moment you have like a canvas page is the data type, which is saying this is representation of this page on the canvas, and these have a parent-child relationship. So this is the root, so it has no parent, and it's got two children. This has a parent, which is this page here, and it has one child there, and so on. If I want to have it where I can have multiple pages linking in, I need to have a separate data type. And the problem there is that means I need to start doing versioning and migration and so on and so on. So I'm basically rewriting a huge part of my data model infrastructure to handle all that before I can get back to the thing that I initially wanted to do, which is add a very basic additional type. So what we're doing here is I mean, if you want to use it, it's a free download. Coppice is free for anyone to use. There is a pro version which you can pay for annually that just gives you some additional things. So stuff like the auto linking, where it will actually look in images and in text for page titles and automatically create links. That's a pro feature. If you want more than one canvas per document, that's a pro feature, but I mean, you could just create multiple documents. There are a few other like customization features as well, and if you want folders to organize. So a lot of it is just sort of Coppice helping you out, more customization, more organization options. But if you don't need any of those, don't want it, it's free forever. All you have to deal with is you don't get those features and you get a little banner that appears here asking you to upgrade. But other than that, you can just try it for free for as long as you like, and then if you want to use those additional things, you can try Pro. At some point I am going to make it so you will be able to get a free like trial of the Pro features, but I haven't got round to that yet. That is the next version after this, where I want to improve the entire like experience of buying Coppice, downloading Coppice and stuff like that. It's just working on new features is more fun for me and more fun for people that already use Coppice. But from a business point of view, I want to make it easier for people to buy it and give me money so that I can actually properly fund this. So, but yeah, so I develop Coppice on stream. I work stream 1 PM UK time every Saturday, Sunday and Monday, just working on Coppice and building it out in the open to show people how you build software for, well, just in general, but specifically for the Mac. That must be that model type. And then here, right, this representation of type, that model type. Thanks for the explanation. We'll try it tomorrow since it's midnight there. Well, yeah, it's probably not best to start diving into an app at midnight, but hopefully you enjoy it. And if you have any questions or anything, feel free to come back. Like I say, I'm here Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 1 PM UK time. So, you're a new grad software engineer, so you just joined the company a few months ago. Oh, congratulations! Hope that's going well for you. I take it you're using a lot of Java then at this company, if you're using IntelliJ. I think if you're doing Java, IntelliJ is probably the best. Like you can, I think I have some Java from university. Looking. Probably fairly old Java, but should. So yeah, you can open it, you can edit it, but for example, you get you get south area dot you get some completion. But you're not going to get like the same level of completion that you can with, like, I mean, if I was to do query dot add, but you're not going to get any sort of like documentation complete. And now, to be fair, this is just opening a single file. It's not opening it in a project. But Xcode's more for C, C++, and especially Objective-C and Swift. So that is what it's generally built around, because that's generally what's on Apple's platforms. You can, like I say, it does. You can do syntax coloring for lots of languages, but it's mostly designed in terms of like the code completion and the refactoring stuff for Apple platforms. Types that contains where $0 type equals model type. Yeah, like I say, Xcode is really nice. Oh, see you later, Sinister. Hopefully speak to you later in the week. But yeah, Xcode as a UI is really nice. It's really well laid out. You have your stuff here on the left in terms of your navigators, so you can navigate by file, navigate through changes. You can see all of the symbols and stuff in the project. You can search. This is all my compiler errors and warnings, my unit tests. Currently stopped here, so you've got your bits and like all your stack trace and stuff here. You can view breakpoints and your logs. So there's a lot of nice stuff in terms of the UI, but it's not as functional. So one example is, let's just select something random. Display here. So if I go to refactoring, you don't get a huge amount of refactoring. You get some things where it will just do some basic wrapping and converting certain things, but it's not got anywhere near as much as IntelliJ. IntelliJ has a huge amount of refactoring, but you get something like rename, and you see that it's literally just folded it up, and I can see all the different things here, and I could rename that to Hello World, and visually it is great. The problem is, half the time it isn't correctly finding all the places that it should do that. The other half the time it's just failing to do it entirely. So it's one of those things of, when it works, it is the best refactoring experience out there. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that often. And there aren't as many options for refactoring. But then you get things such as, if you want, this is my favorite feature because I'm using Xcode 14 beta at the moment. And this is one of my favorite things. If I do a clean build, actually no, if I go, yeah, I'm only going to be able to do it for this because the other code is currently in a state of not compiling. But if I build with timing summary, or build failed anyway, build fail. This has that supported types, generate data for measure to supported type dot model type dot model type. Okay, so if I clean build, this won't look quite as impressive, but I do a build with timing summary, succeeds, I can go and look at my log, and it's got all of my output data here, but the nice new feature is if you do showing timeline, you can see a visual thing of what exactly it has done. Now when you have a more complex project, if I was building the entire app, it would show you how certain things are built in parallel, it would show a lot more stuff being built, and you can basically debug how how it works like this. Let's see what other, like the debugging tools are really good. Xcode has very good debugging tools, very good performance tools. But let me I will be able to show you if I just commit some stuff. Now let's just see if the test failed now. Distance times. Yeah, I just need to fix these because I'm sort of in the middle of this refactoring. If I just do this, I'll be able to show you, because I just get this to a point where I can you know what, let's save that, dash, go up here, dash that. Okay, so I should be able to rebuild this. So now I can show you what this building with time summary looks like in something more advanced. So if I go here, now you can see that I have a bunch of stuff compiling all at once, and then I've got another module here that compiles a bunch of stuff, and then it's having to wait a bit because of dependencies between different build targets, and then it builds the final app. So you can actually look through and see all the different things here. But there are other things you can do. There are two absolutely fantastic debugging tools in Xcode. Which I probably won't be able to, I realise I won't be able to do because of this error, which is an error in version of Xcode. Yep. Right, I just need to put that up because I need to switch Xcode versions, and I need to make sure that I don't accidentally show contract work. Because that stuff is NDA'd. Xcode, behave, act, open, Coppice. Okay. Hold on. So now I have this here. So two debugging features. Well, many debugging features, but the two most visual ones are the view debugger. So you press a button and you can now go and check things in the view. So I can go over here and, for example, select this here, and I see there's a pop-up button. I can see all the properties of it down here. I can see all stuff here, but where it gets cool is I can, for example, trim stuff from the front or trim stuff from the back. And you may be wondering, how do I determine that? Well, if I click and drag, I can see an expanded 3D view of my UI, and I can take stuff from the back. I'll take stuff from the front. So you can sort of expand your UI like that, further expand it out, really compact it in. Now you can get tools to do this on other platforms, but this is built into Xcode and it's fantastic for figuring out, like if I'm wanting to figure out, okay, why is this button here the size it is? Well, I can go through, select it and look here, and it's showing me all my constraints and stuff, and it's saying, okay, it is the height it is because it's set to its content size of 16, but here the content size is grayed out because it is like tied to the leading and trailing edges. So that's one thing. The other cool thing is if I click this, well, you got lots of things so you can test various appearance and accessibility things, but this next one here is the memory graph debugger. And this lets me actually go through and look at my memory graph. So what is that? There. But I can click on stuff. So for example, text editor view controller. No, that I don't want the KVL notifying version. Let's image editor view controller. Here we go, and I can see that the image editor is the current content editor of a page view controller. There's an image editor view model whose view is pointing to that. A color backgrounds view underscore view controller is pointing to that. And if I enable something called malloc stack logging, I can go in and actually see where this was instantiated and see the stack traces and such down here. But I can see what is actually connecting to this, and what can happen is if you get a retain cycle where stuff won't actually get released, it will actually show up as sort of a ring going round, so you can actually see, okay, I've got this retain cycle, this reference cycle that's causing memory leaks because stuff will never get cleaned up. So yeah, in terms of the debugging tools and the profiling tools, especially considering it's free, Xcode is fantastic. In terms of the editing experience, it's good in certain ways, but like I say, it's one of those things that it's lacking power, it's got bugs, but what it does expose is generally a lot nicer and a lot cleaner. So yeah, Xcode is my favorite IDE for that reason. It's not the most powerful, it's buggy, but the things it does do, it has people who care about UI, who build on it and care about the experience of developer tools working on it. So it looks nicer, it feels nicer, it just is buggy here and there, and yeah, many other issues. Anyway, I am going to go and get some food. So what we are going to do is we are going to go and raid Swifting Around, because they said they're streaming, and we said we would go and raid them. So I want to thank you all for coming. I hope you have enjoyed the stream. I hope you all have learnt stuff, had a fun time, or just had this on in the background while you've been getting other stuff done yourself. But as always, I hope we'll meet again. As I say, I am going to be streaming on Wednesday, 6 PM UK time, working on the overlay, because I want to get some more stuff done there. And then continuing again with Coppice next Saturday at 1 PM UK time. But until then, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Oh, I need to start the raid, don't I? Raid. Oh, the target channel has disabled raids. Oh, well, in that case, I guess we're going to raid Fanact. So, we'll go say hello to Fanact, who is another developer I'll have to mention to Swifting Around that the raids are disabled, but we'll be able to raid them again some other time. But I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your week, and until we meet again, as always, happy coding.